Totally wasn't just sitting here for 5 minutes browsing TikTok. My bad. Hi! I'm so professional. That's fine. I just have really bad time management. How we doing? Happy Sunday. Don't make that face. Hello. I pressed the start stream button and then I was like, oh, it's early. I'll browse my phone. I have ADHD. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I probably should buy a new chair. I need to buy a lot of new things. It's not like I'm not prioritizing. I just, like, I just looked away for 5 minutes. And then 5 minutes became 12. And here we are. Hi. Alright, I'm a comfy. Boots? What boots? You don't buy boots? I know, isn't it lovely? I need to find a nail polish this color. I went to the store today, but I was unsuccessful in my nail polish adventures. I did buy a new desk. I bought a controller, the new Xbox controller, and I bought some nail polish remover. So, a couple of things. I need everything I needed. But that's about it. So that was my morning. I worked out. The gym was very busy for a Sunday. I don't know. I hate it when it's busy. Because it's like, not just sit there and wait for something. I don't like waiting. So, and I went jogging. I'm not a big runner, but I went running as well. So, I'm tired and I need my coffee. Oh, but how was your day? We work tomorrow, but I don't want to think about that yet. Coffee is amazing. Coasters? I didn't buy the new ones, no. The ones I have in my office are cork. The ones I have in the other room, Mark bought them for me. They're like kind of like a slate. But I really did want the coasters. They had coasters with cacti on it, and it was like, it's so cute. It doesn't go at all with any of my stuff here. It's not in theme. Because all of my stuff is like black, white, or gray. The cactuses were beige, so it wouldn't match. But I thought it was really cute, but I didn't need them. Yeah, honestly, Target was really, really busy because it's a weekend, and I don't know. Like, it's fine. Like, I really like walking around Target, but when it's, like, super busy, and there's too many people, I get slightly overwhelmed. Don't be that person with mismatched everything. I know. Went for a small walk, then just watched a bunch of YouTube. Nice! I've been watching, I don't want to say just videos all morning. I've been watching all of the Amaranth stuff going on. I was watching Asmongold right now. I had him on the TV. And he was talking about his take on, like, the ad incentives and Amaranth drama and all this stuff. Hi, Enzo! What's up, dude? So, I was catching up on the drama through him. Hi, Beld! I have a COVID hangover? Those places used to be busy most of the time. Yeah, you're right. There was... I got used to it being not so busy, because nobody would go out. So yeah, there was a lot of people, and it's fine. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's some people who just are sort of out of touch with, like, other people existing. like these people at the gym, you know, like, they obviously take up as least amount of space as possible because, like, other people are walking and moving around and stuff, but it's like, people just act like it's their living room and just, like, throw all their stuff everywhere, and they take up more space than they need to, and it's like, people are trying to walk around, like, get the fuck out of the way. I don't know. I was very annoyed by these people. We're used to everyone home. Yes. Waiting for Caroline and Martin to get home. What are you guys doing today? It's Sunday. This is the extent of my evening. People that run into you with their car. I will run. I don't know. I kind of want to run some people over because if they're standing in the way, like, fucking move. You think you're a ghost? Are you, like, really quiet when you walk? I think I walk kind of with a burly steps. Like, you can hear me coming. I make noise on purpose, so people know that I'm coming, so they move out of the fucking way. Oh, no. People are less self-aware than they used to be. I believe it. I believe it. It's so annoying. They went to their mom's house to make pho and egg rolls. Oh, nice! That sounds delicious. I hope they bring you some. I want pho. It's perfect weather. It's like overcast and gloomy and rainy, and I just want to snuggle with my blanket and take a nap. But I woke up at like, oh my god, I woke up at like 10-ish, but that was because I was forcing myself to wake up. And then I rolled around in bed for another hour. I couldn't get out of bed. Mm-hmm. That sounds really good. Yeah, thank you. We used to have this spa place back where, like 3 moves ago when I lived with my parents. In my old house, there was a really nice spa place we would go. And my parents are not very adventurous with food. So they get like the most, and then they liked pho, but they would get like really, really basic stuff. You slept till 11 too? Did you stay up late? I stayed up too late. I stayed up late, and this morning I woke up and I'm like, eh. And then my mom texts me, you know, I'm trying to start stream, setting up the camera, and she's like, you're alive. And I'm like, because like I see the go live button, I'm like, I didn't press it on accident. And then I look on my phone, I'm like, I'm not live. And she's like, oh, just kidding. I'm like, the fuck, you're gonna make me like shit a brick. Oh, my poor mother. We did watch play Ori kind of late. Oh, I forgot we were up so late. I sometimes forget that you're on the other side of the world, bro. That was so much fun. I can't believe how much fun I had playing Ori. Like, I cannot believe that hours flew by, and I'm like, huh? What's it? You need some matcha boba? It's been a while since I had boba. It's been a while. I feel like I have a kick with stuff like that, and I'll have it like once a week, and then I'm kind of like, I don't want to say over it, but like I'll calm down with how much I need it. So, I'm in an okay spot right now. What is my kick right now? I mean, I have a couple of cookies in the kitchen, but I don't think I'm on a kick at the moment. But don't you worry, I will have one. No, I don't have any cheese, actually. I have tomato bisque in the fridge. That's what I've been eating. No, I've leveled out. It's fine. It's fine. Although I did feel super buff today. Like, you know, as I'm walking around the gym, you know, I go to the ladies' room and I'm just, like, posing in the mirror. I'm like, damn, I look so buff. And then I look at my belly and I'm like, I really gotta stop eating cheese. But whatever, there's a balance, and I like sweets. I have a big sweet tooth. But it's okay. I also have realized, like, I'm really bad at making titles. Like, I most of the time, I don't know what to title my stream, besides, like, I'm playing, I don't know, I'm in Heavensward somewhere. Like, I don't know what to title it. So if you have title ideas, please let me know. I'm not very creative at all. And I think some people just, they read titles, and I'm really bad at making, like, captivating ones. You're not a title reader? For those of you who are here, are you title readers? I'm also wearing my nice headphones today, so if I'm yelling really loudly, it's because I can't hear anything. But yeah. I typically, like, I browse thumbnails, but I don't know if I would click something because of a thumbnail. I don't think so. Like, probably not. But that's where I'm at. Like, I don't know. Wow, Nodo. Long time no see, man. Some people are coming, like, out of the works right now. And then my mom texted me yesterday. Or was it this morning? I was talking to her this morning, and she's like, you had less viewers yesterday. And I was like, okay. Probably. We're playing a different game. You look at the title to tell where someone is in MSQ, then you pop and see if they're a nice voice reading, and then you wait to see if they talk over cutscenes. Hi, Meerkat. How you doing? Same. I typically read the title to see, like, what kind of run they're doing, like, if they're playing my favorite game. That's where you will find me. Generally speaking, you'll find me in Final Fantasy X. I'll read the title to see what kind of challenge run they're doing, and if they're talking over cutscenes, I'm done. I'm done. You'll never see me again. Especially for something big like 14, where they could be doing anything. Yeah. If you have a suggestion for my improvement on titles, please let me know. Because sometimes I want to specify, like, but I don't know really how to go about it. I think with how over the top some people are making thumbnails, we're kind of desensitized. Yeah. Because I think Twitch just kind of grabs a random minute. It'll just grab a snippet and put it there, and typically I'm like, making some stupid face, and that's my thumbnail. But whatever. But yeah, I'm tired, so I'm hoping my coffee kick just, like, pumps me up. But yeah, Ori is tons of fun. I hope to set up my computer, more of my computer stuff, and my Xbox controller by next weekend. Next weekend? This weekend. What day is today? Sunday. Yeah, this weekend. Oh, it's gonna be a very exciting couple of weeks. Say what X packs, either main story patches or raid, and what side story content you're working on. Thumbnail faces and arrows. Yeah, I see. I'm not a huge YouTube thumbnail fan. They're always like, I can't. So would I say Heavensward 3.1? 3.2? I don't know if it matters to specify that much. Am I gonna fish Heavensward? I don't know, maybe! 3.2 MSQ? Okay, I could do that. 3.2 MSQ. I could do that. I give up. Boop, beep, boop. Heavenward patches. Okay. There we are. Boop, boop. Like, oh, you can see my screen now. I'm jumping around like an idiot. Okay. We were talking to Master Matoya. Did we finish it? I think so. Because I think meeting Minfilia was the next big thing. Alright. Perfect. And they're still 3.3, right? These grapes are so big, like teeny tiny. It's so cute. Literally hides like it can sit in my nail. That's so bizarre. I really like having long nails. I used to be like a really, really bad nail biter. So now I hit the opposite of extreme of I love having claws. It's the best. Oh, like who's that? Yeah, I was also watching Asmund talk about the ad incentives and stuff. And it's like, I think I've set my ads to like sort of the minimum, but the minimum without pre-roll. Like, I don't like pre-roll ads. So I think it like, it's set to ads every like certain amount of time. Like every like, I don't know, 30, 40, maybe like an hour. Where is this? That's not the quest. I have to pick this up. There we go. Okay. Oh, this is the cave. Alright. I'll just open it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then final is 5, 4, 5. Okay. Everyone watching Twitch without ad blockers just hates themselves anyway. I don't know who does. If you watch Twitch without ad block, I don't know what you're doing. Like, I think as time goes on, the ad blockers, like, stop blocking Twitch ads, and then I'll just download another one. Right now I'm running, I think it's actually called, like, Twitch ad block, like, specifically. Because I refuse to watch an ad. Absolutely. I'm sorry. I like your streams, whoever you are that I'm watching, but I'm not going to watch an ad. And I expect all of you guys to do the same. Download ad block, because I can't disable ads. Because otherwise it's just miserable. Well, I think they were offering Admiral Baru like 50 grand a month to run 6 minutes of ads. It was like some insane number. Like, what do you do with that? And this whole thing was like, do I take it or not? Like, it's a lot of money, it's no joke. But like, it makes everybody's experience like shittier, but Oh, do I need my little froggy friend? I forgot. If you're watching Fizy without subscribing, what are you doing? No, I've always said, like, I mean, I appreciate the subs, but don't feel obligated. Like, no one's obligated to do anything. I'd rather you come by. I'd rather you come visit me. I don't care about the sub. Just come by. It makes me so happy. Oh, minion guide. I'm like, where's my new little friend? My little friend. I have so many little friends. Didn't I just get one? Where did it go? Oh my god. You know I bought new emotes too. Unable to summon minion here? Really? Yeah, I've ordered a bunch of new emotes. I'm very excited about them. So I hope you guys like them. I think they will be put to use a lot more. But I love that cozy one. I love that one. Smiles made that one for me. I love it. I wanted to see my new frog. Yeah, there's gonna be a hype one. It's not a sandwich. And a very few others. Like me being... Yeah, it's fine. You'll see. I'm very excited. I think she'll be done. It's been a week already, so a couple weeks probably. Hopefully before our 3-year anniversary. Which I still have not planned. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I need like a fire under my ass to do anything, but at the same time, like there's too much pressure if there's a fire under my ass. So I just like hide and like put my head under a blanket. And that's it. And then here we are. Stuff will happen. I just cannot promise when. Alfie has reached a decision. Okay. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others of the Rising Stones, especially the Haman. I will brief Tataru on what we've learned, as well as Urianger. He may have insight on what the word told us. As for you, Dahlia, after all you've done, I would say you've earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he's planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. Oh my god! If there's a party, like... Does that mean somebody's gonna die? Somebody always dies at parties! Hi, Pops! Long time no see! He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. Listen, the last time we had a party... Somebody was cut in half. I'm a little worried, dude. I'm a little worried. Yeah, what have you been up to, man? I've been here. Ish. Ish. Oh, bummer. Are you done? Or are you just taking a break? Or like you have a rest period? Is it even a real party without slaughter and murder? Listen, I don't know what kind of parties you're hanging out at, my friend. But my parties are pretty chill, man. Oh, you're done! Congratulations! Now what? I don't remember where he is. Oh, there he is. Oops. Looking for a real job. What kind of stuff you gonna do? Do you do like IT? You seem very computer savvy. Nah. Alright, we're gonna enter a cutscene, so I'm gonna give my attention to this for a minute. Ah, Mistress. The Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside. Yes. I'm ready. And by ready, I mean scared. Hang on, my man is talking.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present.
Hi.
When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend.
Okay.
But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance.
See, I told you, something is gonna go down at this party.
Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
Oh.
Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen.
Please, I cannot handle.
It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there, seeing to the final preparations, even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Okay. Please. Please, I hope we all make it through to that part. Don't make plans for the future. That scares me. I swear, if something happens to Sir Emmerich, I will throw something. Am I thirsty? Listen, my mans was talking! Shush! I feel like a man with elf ears. You should have seen mine when I was kidding. What? You had to have like really pointy ears or something. I'm not drooling, it's fine. Oh, don't take Sir Emmerich from me, Square Enix, fuck. I'm not, no, I don't want that. I'm scared. Oh. The Lord Commander said you would come, Dahlia. Uh-huh. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that it will be unveiled during the conference. The masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he'll be pleased with the results. 'Twas not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I'm rambling, but you must be tired from your journey. Go rest. I will not keep you. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Artorial and Emmanuel who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. I'm glad to see that rumors were true. Well met, mistress. And fear not, I've no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vildofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador at a peace conference. Let's hope not. I don't think that would go well. Oops. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things. And he'll do it, by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. I will stand, Sir Emmerich. Can't wait to see how you screw this up and restart the war. Why would you say such a juju? This is no. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dungeons, but all the dragons, but all of them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand. We've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. And that being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past. So hearing that we're close to reconciliation comes at a great relief. Okay? People are weird. Artorial, my friend! How you doing, buddy? I'm so afraid, Hidden. You have no idea. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ha! Here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Artorial, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, they would defy Sir Emmerich's commands if they dare attack Vildofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a lord of the house Fortomps present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Emmanuel while I'm away? Oh, this poor boy. As you know, he has ever been impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he's taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though it may be. Ah, you babysitting. Thank you, my friend. I'll promise will not be long. Uh-oh. They don't find Sir Emmerich too handsome? I mean, never mind. I'm not gonna comment. Y'all think me thirsty enough. Never mind! I'm rather busy at the moment, old girl. Guarding this tavern, as it were. Ah, I see it now. Artorial thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you're here, mayhap I can put you to proper use? The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right. There. Those are the points our scouts have marked for patrol. I'll leave it to you, old girl. honor it. I must return to my rounds. Oh dear. I would have thought you needed a bigger cup. But lucky for you, this is a very large cup. Oh, be careful, my lady. Alright. So we were supposed to babysit, but the kid we're babysitting was like, I want you to go do other things. So here we are. He's really getting rid of me. We're way out there. That tank life. Do you remember when I got lost in the snow at one of these Follow the Footprints events? Good times. Pretty good. Easy peasy. Boop. Dahlia, Zinmar, Wolf's Bane. It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, and all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess. Clever that. Who? Tancred, was it? Oh. He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noted the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Ugh, Emmanuelaine, you shit! He's such a pain in the ass. I'm sorry. Making me fly around like a lunatic. Yes, I sent your friend to the middle of the frozen wasteland because I didn't like him. This is discard. You're lucky you didn't get burned at the stake. I guess. Fancy meeting you here, Dahlia. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us leap to Falcon's Nest and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. Why are we doing his bidding? I'm sorry. What is the purpose of this? Back and forth. I mean, it's beautiful in here, but like, I don't want to be flying about the frozen wastes. There is a party being held, and I would like to attend the party. To build tension. I'm tense enough. I'm so tense. I can't handle it. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice, have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. I feel like Madeleine is such an asshole. Hi Shark, how you doing? And with that, there is not left to do but enjoy our well-earned respite. Ugh. For those we have lost. Oh, and of course, this should go without saying. But let's keep those last few favors between us, eh? Artorial wouldn't understand. Right then, for the first floor of those barracks have been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Dahlia. I'll join you anon. Something is gonna happen. Something is brewing. I can feel it. Is Luna's account? I'm frightened.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
It's laced, bro. It's laced. Don't drink it! No! Did we not let anything? No! Fuck! Okay, if this doesn't knock me unconscious,
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all.
my anxiety. This is gonna knock me out.
Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
There it is! There it is, dude! What did I say?
You were right, my lord. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I say you've earned it.
Imagine poisoning the hero. I'm so mad. At this point, never drink anything anybody gives you. I'm a hero. My drunk ass is gonna go and save the world.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
You just wait till I wake up, lady.
This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Hallone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen.
Oh?
They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping.
Sir, I was knocked out. Hi. Hi. What a nice way to wake up.
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Can we never just have a party? Oh no.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You know, she's not wearing any armor. Like, I could alleviate this problem with a nice arrow.
You there!
Don't just stand around gawping. Do something, man. Stop her.
Oddly enough, I agree.
Yes, my lord.
There you go.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
But, like, you're arguing against peace. I don't know. I feel like she's wrong here. What do you think? Sorry, I ignored chat for like a solid 5 minutes. Hang on. Let me finish this.
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear.
She's a very, fanatical. Fanatical?
I spit on your choices, nobleman! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
That's enough. Yeah. That's enough.
What have you done?
He did what he was told. Am I gonna shoot a peaceful protester? That was not peaceful! She started a riot!
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
This is gonna end so poorly for Elaine. It is a bad look. This doesn't... yeah.
I gave no such order. I did not.
Oh, no.
I never meant for anyone to...
Yeah, I felt like she could have been detained. But I do feel like she was starting a riot. She was starting something. She wasn't just there to have a conversation. Or if that was the case, she wouldn't have poisoned me. Oh, this idiot. What do we do now? I think she's dead. Like, or on the way to dying. It was melatonin? Oh yeah, it was just for me to take a nice little sleepy. I dare say that could not have played out any worse, given that the First Commander and Lord Arterial are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with the messenger who said that they will be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Manelaine has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak with anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Now we're on damage control. She was kind of high up on all of the stairs. You could have... what? She was kind of high up, think... of all of the stairs you would have to run when a few arrows could have saved you all that trouble. I mean, there's guards all over the city. What is the patrol for? This is like 80% your fault. How is this my fault? I didn't do anything. I was unconscious. This is Manelaine's fault. Oh, this is so bad. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Churrirgans tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything. And for what? That's what I'm saying. I heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have a run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their asses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Damn it. Kyurgens, thank you. I butchered that. You drank the tea, it made you culpable for the outcome. I know! This is what I'm saying. Like, as a main character, you should not be drinking anything that, unless it came from, like, your own reserves. Like, you're asking for it. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger to my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bar steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I even can. Ugh, this is awful. Imagine fighting a primal like gods but getting defeated by a barmaid. Isn't that embarrassing? I'm embarrassed. Well, what say you? We're fucked. They all hate us. Or hate Emanuele anyway. So the violence has paused, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. That's good, that's good. The blame for all the casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Okay, that's fine too. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. This is also true. Emanuele... I mean, to be fair, my first instinct is to shoot her too, I guess, because that solves the problem, but I don't think of the repercussion of having a martyr. You know, that's probably a bigger problem. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Countless warriors of light having snacks and drinks crafted by themselves at every function because of PTSD. I would absolutely do it. I would do it. She was just speaking from a rooftop. I don't know. She was... These speeches are to evoke a reaction. Or shooting an unarmed protester, all she did was yell. All she did was yell. Ooh. Lord Artorial and First Commander should have returned by now. Are they here yet? To the tavern, then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Emanuele, and I somehow doubt that he's moved an ilm since we last saw him. If the riot starts, how is that her fault? She instigated. Her husband was gonna divorce her. Whose husband? Her husband's dead. Alright. Trying to make a police state with you shooting people. It makes me look bad. Shut up, Shark. You guys, shut up. My apologies, Dahlia. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to the initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by a young woman whom Lord Emanuele ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fiore, no civilians were seriously injured. See, posing as servants and barmaids to, like, sneak in somewhere is... It's not great either. Okay. I mean, so, you know, honestly, we were supposed to babysit. We were supposed to babysit Emanuele and not let him do stupid shit. Still, more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being, at least. Oh, how did you pronounce this again? The Kyurgens? Kyurgens. The Kyurgens are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given the impeccable timing, it is the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet they were in. We're in league with the protesters, so this was planned. They planned to get Lord Artorial and Lucia out of here. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. It was planned. They wanted to start a riot without the leaders. I'll be sworn that these civilians spent much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference, as we did in its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protests, the people seemed disillusioned. You spoke with them, then? I see. Sir Emmerich has placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before and will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more that the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Emmeric's final decision. Damn it! Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Dahlia, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Amanda Lane. You're going with her. At this point, just lock up the boy at home. Go on without me. Oh, shut up. I was not asking. You tell him. You tell him, Artorial. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Kind Honorit. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Honorit? Honorit? I could have sworn that he was, Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Now we gotta go find the servant. For Pete's sake, Amanda Lane, you can't even keep track of your servants. Okay, so he's not inside. Am I blind? Hey, Rob! How did I end up doing in the game yesterday? I think well. I think pretty well. We got through quite a bit of it. Oh, there he is. And honestly, 4 hours flew by so quickly. That's true. More deaths next week.
Hanawa!
You say his name how? Hanawa? I wasn't even close.
No. What have they done to you? Hanawa! Hanawa!
Hanawa. Shut up, Hayden. He's a child.
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
Ugh. We need to work on expressing our feelings, guys.
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart.
Well, yeah, but still.
That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Hanawa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairujin without delay.
I love how the little boy has more sense than Amanda Lane. Give me a break.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces?
Because you're kind of... Never mind.
Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
I was ready to beat his ass.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
100%. Well, that was rude!
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
Excuse me? You little shit! this... Ooh! Ooh! Put him in his place, Thancred. He deserved that one. That he did.
You know nothing about me.
Mm-hmm.
I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed.
I know. I'm like, we know Thancred's story. Like, ooh, this little shit has the audacity.
Learn to live with it.
Ooh.
I have.
2 for the Kyurgen. I will take him to the Kyurgen. It's the least I can do. Okay, yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, he's still unconscious, that's fine. Well. He's just like a spoiled child who just doesn't have a grasp on reality, unfortunately. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself that you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is not to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... What do we have here? Should I take the money? Can we glam with this? I mean, it's hideous. I'll take the money. You tried Mr. Beast's burger? Really? Amanda Lane is the spitting image of Hausherfont? No, absolutely not. Don't you bring Hausherfont into this. I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have more important matters in Ishgard. Same. My goodness. Miss Astra. Oh, Sir Emmerich, I'm sorry, our party fucked up. I just wanted a party, man. I just wanted to have a good time. You were expected. Pray proceed. Oop. Oh, Count Edmund. Oh, I love him. It's like all my favorite people. And Amanda Lane. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Dahlia. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? Well. I see, so that's the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace that we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that, too, to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what is this sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace was a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past, without being beholden to it. Aye, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excess. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in the past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniable righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. Oh, the music changed. Now there's hope. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by one of the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights to watch and take the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women for all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Oh my. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and as united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it's true. But if we should be defeated? Though even to hold our own against the cream of the three nations might be presented as triumph. Very well. You may count on my support for what little it's worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Emmanuel take part in the grand melee. By his deeds, he has brought some shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Dahlia, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he is not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. Ay, this boy. I'll have you know that I kicked that WoW tournament's ass, so yours truly will like to participate. So that's their solution, a grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, that they've taken into their confidence, upon whom they have so heavily to rely. Will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? I absolutely will fly Ishgard's flag. We've come this far, have we not? I will stand for my friends and comrades at a nation. It's getting to be a bit much. No, we're flying this flag, dude. Well, when you put it like that, I suppose it would be a shame not to see it through to the bitter end. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising of his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she'll have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Ay. I would love a tournament. Well met. Have you spoken to Sir Emmerich? I was aware of the Alliance's request, so Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It's not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he's not once given me a reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Does he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Fair. I'm so excited for a tournament. Is this below me? Yeah. Almost there. The broom. Hello! Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emeric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Hi, Bio! Well, well, seems the first commander's gone and hand-picked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting, too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he's not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search the foundation, and you the pillars. Hello, my little Lala friend. How you doing? Oh, I can't mount up, you son of a bitch. How'd you get here before I did? Oh, this goober. I carried Onawa to the manor. Ah. Our best Kyurgens are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. Well, sir, you're going to be preoccupied. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family always making decisions for me. Well, if you weren't such a fucking twit, like, you would, ah! Sorry. I feel bad. I feel bad this is a Madeleine hating party. I know, you're right. It's not like that at all. Oh, you just wouldn't understand. How could you? You're free to be the woman you want to be, whereas I am the son of House Fortemps. Don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could do and could not do. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want, Emmanuel? Right or wrong, that was the way of it, until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amongst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let the better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself that I was above it, until your friends showed me otherwise. When I saw Onawa, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emeric and I will make my own decision. That's fine. How Chiffon had it so easy? Oh yeah, sure. Boop. So, Forgotten Knight. Boop boop. Do, do, do. I'm curious what he's gonna say. Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. May I ask what matter demands his personal attention? Do you know who I am? Very well. You may enter. Oh dear. Okay. Father's there too.
Lord Commander, if I may? I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Well done. Aww, he smiled.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
Okay, so we're playing it off as he wanted to do this himself, and he wasn't forced or recommended to by his dad. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
Is that me? Hi.
An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
How do you say no to that?
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Woohoo! I'm excited. I'm wearing a merch shirt. Merch? My t-shirt? My tank top? It's from Walmart. God's help me, I think I might be in love. Get in line, man! I dare say it might be cheating too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? 'Twas a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Now, at this point, since I'm over-leveled for everything, I'm just looking at it to see if it's worth the glam. It's usually not. I don't own a Walmart, I wish. Oh, my screen thing. Yeah, no, that's from the internet. And I photoshopped my name in there. It does great for the socials, because when I put clips on TikTok, it has my little picture on there. I'm so excited for this party. So Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal, and the Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made and the Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Thalia. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces, outside of Cartano, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Same, I'm stoked. I'm stoked. 64, getting lower to level 60 gear. I know, but it might be cute. I don't know. Might be cute. Might be worth the glam. Probably not, but it's fine. So where are we going? Oh, it's faster that way.
That's what she said.
That's inappropriate. It's never appropriate. It's a joke. Come on, Elaine. There she is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing, never mind. To think that we are moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle. That I am mere... But what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Onhwa when he wakes. Oh, we're gonna do something so crazy. Alright, here we go. I'm ready. Are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me this present to you. I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Fortomps into battle. Pray do us this honor. During the Grand Melee, some of your gear will be glamoured, your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. We're rocking House Fortomps! What's up, Raban? What's up, dude?
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldan, Gridanian, and Leminson forces will be pitted against the company of Ishgardian forces. Okay. Ah, that would have been so cool. The shield. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. Can I lose? Can I lose this? I don't want to lose. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. Okay, I'm not gonna lose. I'm too crazy. I want to win. What is that? During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants, your company will be awarded 1 tactical points. Defeating the marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Okay, I'm very excited. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory. Alright, that seems like let's do that. That's fine. Just fuck everybody up.
Honor and the glory of Ishgard.
Hype, hype, hype. I like it. Oh, hi! All my friends.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
Alright, we're going into try-hard mode. I'll see you in 10 minutes. we just gentle stabbing. No murdering. Whee! My hands are sweaty. I'm excited. I have no aggro on anything. I don't know which one to kill first.
Is that all you've got?
There's actually too many targets. Damn it, there's too many people. Hang on, I'm sorry, I can't watch. I'm playing try-hard mode right now. Just a minute. taking it. Hi, officer. Sorry, I'm being antisocial. I'm trying really hard to win something. How you doing? Hi, June. You getting ready for work? Ooh. Already? I'm not thinking about work for another 6 hours. This is basically an AoE party. Did I win? Did I win? I wasn't looking. I was winning! Cyclops, everybody on your guard. All forces, fall back. No! Ingrid? That was easy. Continue the melee. I'll deal with him. I was in the middle of something. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces, form a line on Dahlia. Now. What? I was winning! I mean, Sir Emmeric's wounded. Stop hurting him. Oh, I gotta fight Raban? Dude. Well met, I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? I'm so down. Let's go. Damn it all. No, no, no. We got this. I'm so excited. This has gone so well. I was winning, though! I'm so glad I tank during these things. Ah, shit. That's fine. All that flash. Come on, they're catching up and I don't want them to win. They're still fighting outside. No, this is my victory. Take your victory, you've earned it. I hit 100! Thank you very much. Hold.
Did she win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
Yay!
Well fought! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Honestly.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
That's how I feel after going jogging.
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
That went well. It went well because I won. If I lost, it would not have been a good day. Hello, my Lala friend. Have not seen you in a minute.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them.
Of course.
I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
Yeah.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Thank you.
Well,
welcome
that
back.
made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 24. Still, as your Stola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time, as Minfilia would have done.
I think that went tremendously well. Now what? That we won. The last time you two were together when you tried to finish her off for good. Who? Nanamo? I have not seen Nanamo in a minute. Thancred is the Black Knight. No, he's not. So many lingering problems. I don't, honestly, seeing Nanamo was like, whatever happened to stepping down from the throne? There's just, there's so many things that are just not being dealt with. How you doing, Skills? Oh, Pippin! What's up, buddy? As long as I live, I shall never forget that duel. It was inspiring and humbling, in equal measure. I feel honor-bound to point out, however, that my father was fighting one-handed. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Those balls, I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood's Hands have I had the privilege, not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you've come, how much you've endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. The Ishgardians, and celebrate your victory. You've earned it. Come, Pippin, her grace is expecting us. Lead on, father. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Oh, my little bird. I forgot about this. It's so beautiful. You survived the poisoning attempt and slightly bloody coup makes you put stuff into perspective. I guess. Ori is played on Saturdays. We shall be resuming that next... Excuse me, I mean this coming Saturday. Said your goodbyes. In all my years I've known Raban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Dahlia. You made this happen. What can we use here? I like that. I'll take it. I've earned the emote victory. Ooh. Excuse me? Victory. How do I do it? How do I do the emote? If this goes bad, it's your fault. Nonsense. Make your emotes in a whole different thing? Oh. Oh, it's a V pose. Okay. I'll do that later then. I don't want to toggle through the entire thing. Thank you. For those we can yet save. Okay. Ooh. We've done it. Nay, you've done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. Probably chaos. Yeah. Oh. I'm hoping a party, but... Where is everybody?
My lord!
Onawa? Hi! Alfie! Father!
Onawa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
Alfie, where have you been?
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest.
Let's do it.
We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emmanuel, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
Hidden when you put it like that. We weren't LARPing. They say you dueled General Raban within the Ring of Flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the stories only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep myself here for a time. I am wont to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think. To reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that I cannot wait till after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artorial has needs of our assistance. We were totally LARPing. Stop! Oh, she looks lovely. I like her garters. I think she might be a little cold, though. Might need more of a jacket. I say that like it's a bad thing. I do. There is a stigma. Isn't it so cold there? Right? It's snowing and she's just in a bikini. I'd be chilly. Actually, like, if it gets below 60 degrees and I'm just like, actually a popsicle. No. No, no, no. Well met, mistress. Thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lady, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we've made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known that all would come and all would be welcome to attend. And so, they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I need to see to my duties. As for you and Master Alfie, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Hi, Dark. How you doing? That was probably a full plate and armor, just magic that makes you look like they're in a thong and a bikini top because magic does that. I mean, why not? Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Wait with Alfie. We're gonna start this. Excellent. I can only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. Epochal? Alright, grab your popcorn. Hidden, shut up. We're having a moment. Ah, hi, Kryl!
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Yeah, why not?
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Okay.
Look!
I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous.
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration. And they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Aww.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace.
How sweet.
The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Huh? Is that Nidhogg? Stop! Don't ruin this!
NANI?
Estinian. Oh! Are you serious? Shoot him! Shoot him! No! He ruined everything! Everything!
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you. The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge.
Nidhogg needs to get a grip.
Nidhogg.
He's just as bad as the humans who don't want change.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Agreed.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
Agreed.
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
But at the same time,
Death to Nidhogg!
but if you kill Nidhogg, we're perpetuating the problem, right? We're supposed to stop the killing. Ah!
Death to Nidhogg! 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 Death to Nidhogg!
Well, I guess it's not a party unless somebody dies, so... I'm sorry, Vildofnir. Are you gonna go talk to Race Velger now? Because I want to go talk to Race Velger now. We were so close. I did not expect that. I did not expect that at all. I thought we were having a happy moment. God damn it. Ah! There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some hope that what you had seen in Azizla was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For a mercy, Vildofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was, oh thank goodness, spirited away to Annex trying to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. I'm glad she's not dead. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan, but to his kindred. A war is coming, and ye who do not stand with us, stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance, like Estinian. Different color. I'm so mad. Nidhogg 1000% the guy who never gets invited to parties. I wonder why! That's me when I don't have a Snickers. That's me, actually. Oh, no. Hi, Rabbit. I didn't see you come in. I was busy having an episode. My guy up there screaming about sins and despair. You just stabbed your niece. He was making a point. Don't you babble on about morals. I love how that emote is like the cat character. I think that's really cute. Oh, she's a collaborator, and he's stabbing her as a warning to the other dragons. Right? They just mentioned that as well. Aye. is why you don't get invited to parties. Every time somebody gets poisoned or killed, and if you're really unlucky, it's both. Literally, I thought we were having a good time. I don't know why somebody has to die at every fucking party. Happy moments in this game, there's only pain, and the moments before pain. I was having a good time! You know, we just won the little tournament. I was, you know, walking around with, like, feeling all buff and shit. Not to mention losing a hand. See, this is why. If you think it's a good time, somebody's gonna get hurt. Do I need to bring out... Oh, man. Do I need to bring out Mini Hauschiffaunt? To remind us that we can't have good times? When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confessed I envisaged a rather happy circumstance. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes it all the more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light or even my fellow Scion, but to you, Dahlia, my friend. But not here, no. Pray return. But of course, the Intercessory in Cap Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. I have no idea what Alfie could possibly want to discuss at a time like this. Not a clue. You know, I really don't like it when people profess their love to me. I get very annoyed about it, so I hope not. Yeah, please don't do it. I will be very pissed off. Good rule to remember, if things seem too happy, someone's about to get hurt. And by too happy, I mean 50% of the cast is dealing with crippling depression. It's just like, I want a break. I want a break to have, like, happy fun time. You know, from all of this doom and gloom and sadness. I want somebody to, like, get married, you know, go on a date, something fun. No fun, only poison and murder. How depressing! Come on. Is it poison?
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her.
Same.
Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was.
Eh?
I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emmerich and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emmerich is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Why do I feel like this is gonna become my problem? He's not wrong, I'm just like... Project. I do! I didn't say I didn't! Oh, Hauschiffaunt! But Alfie is always sending me on some errands. We will find a way to save him. You know I have to save Estinian. I don't know what he looks like yet. What if he's hot?
We will. I know we will.
We can do it. I want to have fun, she says. Playing a Dark Knight, a job focused on being angry and in pain. I loved the Dark Knight storyline too. I loved it. Let's hope Alfie didn't poison the tea. At this, like I said, don't drink anything that's not from my own reserves. That's what he looks like. Estinian looks like a potato? No. I don't think so. Thank you, Dahlia. It's a bit unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner, time after time, but I'm glad you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow Scions will support me in our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right, that's quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit for some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Portom's Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. That would require you to learn how to craft. No crafting. Oh, hello. Tasty poison? No. Well, if it builds immunity. Possibly. Yet again, we walk in an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear. Let us say no one in the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Papalimo, or if we gave up on bringing Minfilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, the rift between Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and of the Astian's aspirations. But for all that's been revealed, she cannot shake the suspicion that there is something we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it's time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy into a triumph, but we will find a way. We will, we will. You have earned the emote battle stance.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
I don't know if she's gonna take that as a compliment. Forgot about you. What are you up to?
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
They're gonna go after Nidhogg. From the memoirs of Count Edmond the Four Tops, Heavensward, the gears of change. Ah! My friends! Who are surprisingly not dead. Caution, Ida, that's all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. Ah, I see she has her mask again. Do I recognize that mask? Have I seen that mask before? Who is that? I don't know. I don't know. Hi, Mugen. You might be able to finish 3.3. Am I gonna cry? At every patch, do we have to lose another character? I'm just asking. The All Might Angry Potato and the Punchy Chick. I don't know. One more question. That's it! Am I emotionally prepared? X.3 patches involve tears. I will bring a tissue box. But we almost just kind of lost somebody already! Get good so folks don't die. I'm not the problem, dude. I'm not the problem. Everybody else keeps wanting to get themselves killed. It's a skill. I'm not the one who's lacking skill. I'm just saying. It's too much stress. My stress, I can't. Okay. Alright. Can't. Plays Dark Knight, can't protect everybody. 0 out of 10 tank. I think my tanking is just wonderful, actually. Ah, mistress. It is well you're here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alfie wishes a word with you. I don't. I'm afraid. I can't lose anybody else. I don't want to lose anybody else. Ah, Dahlia, there you are. Do you have a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. In my head, I'm a little insulted. Why would you think I would be shitty at tanking? I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would soon forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of a Stinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation at Azizla, I feared him lost forever, but the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must account for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus, I did turn to Y'shtola and Kryla for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad I am that I did, for it would seem that they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Yes, I need a beer after all of this nonsense. Prior to this game, you never tanked. That's fair. That's fair. Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting. You should do the other one. I have a knack for pulling things and taking hits. No, there is definitely more pressure when tanking. Oh, bye, New York! Have a good week! But less so than healing. Healing is so much pressure. Oop.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
I love how so much of this also is voice acted. I needed to mention that.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humors.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Oh.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Mm-hmm.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being.
Mm-hmm.
His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I'd sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
Well...
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alfie, who are you?
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
Yeah, it's complicated.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Alfie's just become so bold.
Ah, I found you at last.
Eh? You don't belong in a bar.
A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Hey, yo.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye on him, would you?
Babysitting again. Okay, I'm the warrior. Midgar Somer!
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
He's not been in for a while.
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over.
Unfortunately.
And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg. Death to Nidhogg.
I'm curious to see if Sir Emmerich's gonna lead a charge. So we have this massively powerful magical dragon that has possessed our friend's body. Their souls are literally intertwined, and we have no idea what to do. Alfie. Alright, so I'm gonna just rip his eyes off. It's a magical leech. Hi, Judo! How you doing? It's somewhat comically simple. Unsure how to proceed. I guess we'll rip it off. I mean, that makes sense to me. He's basically the main audience of your journey. Who, Alfie? Hi, Royal. How you doing? I hope Val is going well. Now we celebrate the restart of this 1,000-year war. No. You've always found Midgar Somer kind of hilarious. He went from grandpa to mega pseudo dragon pseudo deity. Now he's just iguana-sized pocket pet that follows you around. I figure it would be boring to be just overly powerful all the time. Alright, before I proceed, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I think I spelled Estinian's name correctly. Boop. Boop. Dragon Dad has to follow you around to make sure you don't OD on Crystal Mama Jolly Ranchers of Light. Did we collect all of the crystals? Are we 100% back with Mama Crystal now? I can't remember. Hello, baby Astra. Hello, pet, pet, pet. Why are you licking the shit out of your foot? Let me see your foot. Let me see your foot. Let me see your foot. Miss Ma'am, you licked this one foot a little too much. I grab her paw and she immediately rolls over. Hi, you're so pretty. You're so pretty and fluffy. Okay, I'm done. He gets you on weekends and every other holiday. It's like that one parent. It's awful. What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Oi! Riot! Almost 2 years. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna celebrate our 3-year anniversary on Twitch here coming up next month, which is wild. Crazy. I can't believe that I've known some of you guys for so long. Like, that's so bizarre. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir Emmerich might Sir Emmerich perchance have received word of Giovanni in advance? Or mayhap they've located that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found! Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say. Aw, I'm glad. I'm glad. They need to know that they're cute.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
What news have you, sir?
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelga?
Oh. We're gonna...
I do. To whom else could we turn?
I don't know.
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny. Nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... How shall I put this?
A bad idea.
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelga's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal, and if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state.
What?
Will you help me discharge this final duty?
Is he stepping down?
We will, my lord. Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you.
That's right, because we needed a new Pope figure.
The city is yours, First Commander.
No pressure.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
I would have guessed that the guy that got possessed by a dragon revenant and vanished for weeks would be hard to track down. Not me! I thought he would have, like, you know, a beacon or something. Like a Batman. It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It's no imposition, Sir Emmerich. To Dahlia and I, Ishgard is like a second home. After the many battles that we fought and the bonds we forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed, with that in mind, I've taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Somal. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We must summon Hreysvelgr at the zenith of the training mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it's best that we pay a visit to Annick's shrine. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vildofnir. That's what I was gonna say. I'm like, we should talk to Vildofnir. I propose this in part of our concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian forelands, then. Ay. She's a big girl, she can walk off with stabbing. Yeah, but like that was messy, dude. That was not cute. So we're going to Annick's shrine. Boop. Oh, it's so hard to see in the dark, dude. Where's the hole? There it is. Hey, buddy! So sorry you got stabbed, but it was one of your siblings that did it. Saying. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and her companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vildofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou manage to imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad I am to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, immortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace when man and dragon knew camaradership. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus we do make for Somal to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hreysvelgr's heart remains unchanged then? A pity. But if it is folly to hope, then I'm content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kind. Go then, but we warned. The Shade's presence hath driven its minions to a frenzy. Thank you, Vildofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. You don't think they make greeting cards for stabbings? It's a get well soon card. You know, shit happens. Shit happens, it's okay. Oop. Though I expected no better answer from Vildofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It would seem that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alfie. Scout ahead if you wish, Dahlia. We shall join you outside Mogholm. Mogholm? What on earth? I like how we have to, like, physically trek through the major points. It's like, come on. Oh, hi! Is there a dungeon coming up? Y'all keep appearing. I heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to its peak, when Estinian and Isael yet walked at our side. Oh, fuck. Future. God damn it. Kupo? Is that you, Dahlia? Oh, for fuck's sake. If it isn't Mog... Don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo, after all we've been through together. Have we met? At least you remember me, don't you? You do remember me, don't you, Dahlia? How could that— oh, god damn it. What was his name? What was his name? Is it Moglin or Moghan? Fuck. I think it's Moglin. Am I gonna make a fool of myself? God damn it! But is it Moglin? All Mughals look the same to me? I can't say that, that's racist. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna guess. Oh, god damn it! How could you mistake me for that overstuffed throne warmer? I'm Moghan, you courageous Moogle who guided you to Zenith, Kupo. I fucked up. Whoops! I'm so sorry! I said it with such confidence, too. Don't tell me you remembered his name. You're gonna tell me you remembered his name and answer this question correctly. Stop! Stop! No! By putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? We're just passing through, man. Another audience with old Hraesvelgr. Well, I hope you've brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the Great Worm's ears easily enough. Well, that's good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We'd best press on to Zenith while the winds are in our favor. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chief Moglin would want to hear about this. You gossip. Damn it. You know, we still have a whole bunch of dungeons to do. But, like, I'm so emotionally invested in the story. That's so annoying. I want to do everything. It's fine. Oops. It's a great time to go on a dungeon and side quest, side content spree. Okay. I hope people find that interesting too. Clock gets fast. Oh, Grace Vulgar, please don't be mad at me. Does he know we lost Yzael? You dare summon me again, mortals. Oh, that's right! That's right! I totally forgot that he escorted her there.
Great Hraesvelgr, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelgr. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
To parley, thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg my aid in the battle against the shade of my broad brother. He's smart. I know.
You foresaw mine intent.
I but read that which is writ plain in thine eyes. Would that thou had writ enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon. A bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our blood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that accursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind became unto me the harbingers of despair. Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consume her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of my broad brother's coming. That thou wouldst dare ask more of me, but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear a Zell upon your back?
Yezael, pietous, deluded Yezael, the child did lament her past sins and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so like that of my beloved, which did spur me into flight. And for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil men to use my broad brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth in thy reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike down thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred. What's up, Dad? Heed me, my child. The servants of Hydaelyn envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed Dragonslayer as well. I mean, Midgar Somer, where have you been? Believest thou this shade to be Nidhogg returned? It is not merely a manifestation of his vengeance, the shadow cast by thy broad brother's rage. I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee unto greater remorse. While the shade of vengeance remains, the future will ever be uncertain. Help us save our companion. No. What is this? I think... Nah, whatever. It's fine. Nidhogg's transformation into Rage Incarnate is, in part, of mine own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye, and empowered his revenge thereby. But 'tis the purity of my broad brother's wrath that lendeth him his all-surpassing might. Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow, I wonder? 'Twould seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. Ah! I shall await thee in the ruins wherein Ratatoskr once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. Alright. I have to prove myself. I don't know how, but off we go. You nosy son of a bitch. What are you doing? What are these moggles gonna do? Are they up to something? I don't even know. And before a final boss, the fucking chieftain Moogle. They're nosy. They got the cheese-may. Hi Seven, how you doing? There is a lot of like, yeah, there's a lot of cute characters. Oh, good night, Prof. I hope you have a wonderful week. I hope to see you Friday. He went out to buy milk and came home with her new kid. Don't do that. Oh dear. Anyway. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hraesvelgr spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. Are we gonna, like, fly with dragons? Hi, Oblivion. How you doing? I didn't bring tissues. Do I need to go grab some tissues? Am I gonna cry? Is Final Fantasy on Friday or just Sunday? It is on Fridays and the Sundays. On Saturdays, we are currently playing Ori and the Blind Forest, where I just perpetually sob. Yeah, I cry a lot. Apparently, I'm supposed to cry now because it's a 0.3 patch, and I did not bring tissues. I'm not ready. I don't want to cry more. Yeah, I'm glad to have you. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Oh, okay. We got a dungeon. Here we are. I think this is a dungeon. Well, look at that. Was Ori cryable? I was catching up on stuff last night. Couldn't watch. Or were you crying because it's a platformer? There's a story before the actual gameplay. There's a prologue. The prologue made me cry, but I'm just, generally speaking, a pretty emotional person. It doesn't take much to make me cry. The gameplay, it's hard because if you have like very, very minimal hand-eye coordination, it's very hard to navigate. Also, you need an Xbox controller. I just bought one because it's going to make life so much easier. I have a PlayStation controller, but the game is not compatible with it, and all of the buttons are jumbled. After Ori, I'm shocked they don't have a permanent place on the desk. I know, I need to wash this towel. It's got like mascara all over it from wiping my tears. Skills of an over-ripened potato. What the fuck? Y'all are so mean to me. Alright, Bio, are you here? Or are you AFK? I have room for one more if somebody wants to run this dungeon with us. I have no idea what to expect. Toughen up. Hi, Foofy! How you doing? You wanna come, man? I don't know if Bio is here. He has a tendency to AFK and then stop replying. So many of you guys are healers, it's wild. Nobody plays DPS. Eeh. I am ready. Oh, you are here. Okay. Does any of you want to rather do DPS? DPS is for nerds? No, I think DPS is more for casual players. Yeah, I feel like you start at DPS, and then as you progress in your skill, you stop doing DPS. You're like, okay, I need to be in control of this, and then here we are. Boop. You're a healer too? Does anybody tank? That makes me feel kind of special, I tank. Every class is DPS with different flavors. You know what I meant. Like, Q as a DPS. You picked Marauder to annoy your friend because it was the edgiest class you moved on to Conjurer. Why is it edgy? You're a jack of all trades. Which is best? I'm mad! So Emmerich, I'll run with you. I do like the large axes. Sorkai. Red Mage Dancer. I want to try all the Red Mage. Okay, so we're not healing. Nobody wants to heal. Are we leaving? We lost one. Bio just popped out. Do you want to leave? Okay. Do you just leave or what? Am I allowed to leave? Okay. Whoops. Like, how did y'all not plan this out? Okay. Are we ready now? So silly. Blame the party leader. Bitch, it was not my fault. Shut up. Trying to max level all your DPS ATM, all your tanks and healers are max. How many do you have, June? Queue times for healers and DPS are under 5 minutes, 90% of the time, compared to much longer queue. Yeah. I don't like long queue times. I am very impatient. Are these friendly? I have no idea. So... Aw, we're just like butting in. Ah. I hope I do not disappoint. If I have to pick one class to play, it'd be Red Mage because it's simple enough and flashy. I want to be flashy! I don't know which way we're going, so I'm gonna assume it's over here. What was that? Man, healer attack mostly. Oh, Sage. I don't know if I can do it. Have I seen somebody play Sage? I'm sure I must have. I don't really pay much attention to it, I don't think. If you want me to pull more things, just don't be shy. Let me know. I just don't know which direction to go, really. I can pull it all. It'll be fine. I'm killing bricks, which seems kind of bizarre. Six is the second half of your AoE combo. Yes? Oh, I have to press 1 first? I was just spamming it. No one's ever told me otherwise! Now you tell me. Well, now I know. If you're ever mad at a dragon, destroy a brick wall. I guess so. I have 2 AoE combos? I do? Man, I really gotta learn how to play my class. Sorry I'm late, I was busy being dead. Ah! Set up to your 3rd hotbar. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not... I know. I need like literally a formal introduction on how to make hotbars. What is Moglin doing here? What did I say about these Ruggles? I knew they were going to be up to something. Oblivion, I would love to see your hotkeys. How do you have 10 bars? Part of the test, half of them are emotes. I would love to see. Oh my god. I'm grabbing them, I'm grabbing them. Appetizers, they're not food. I don't want to eat them, I just want to keep them as pets. Start with the palm. Is it crispy? Shift, control, alt. You have a chocobo bar, hidden hotbar that exists to find macros, glamour. Oh my god. See, some of those I don't know how necessary they are. They're just convenient. That's crazy. This is it. This is all I have. And this is just junk. This is extra shit. My goodness. Now I'm supposed to be doing that. Now I can use this more effectively. My dude, and what is there a reason I'm dying like almost consistently? I'm casting my spells, so my buffs. There's an achievement mount? I want it. I'm gonna keep pulling more shit. is the healer dead? How is the healer dead? Good thing I didn't pull anymore. Good grief. I mean, I can't revive you. You have to run back. You made a menuing system out of the hotbars and macros so you can click up another hotbar like a mini UI. Is he still dead? Yeah, there we go. Okay. There's 2 for each tank, 1 with armor, 1 without. I do need more bars. No, he just plain dead. I mean, I don't think I can res, and I don't know if they can either. Usually you want to run back so that you don't get a res debuff. What does the res debuff do? I was embarrassed I had one before. Abysmal Drain being tied to carve and spit is one of the more annoying changes. 64? Okay. Oh, that's fine. 25% damage. Jeez. Red Mage can revive, they have to be 64. Ah, I think it's a level 60 dungeon. That makes more sense. Thank you. Drops your stats by 20, and then after 50 after the second death. That's lame. And you said it lasts for how long? I know the penalty was, like, a lot worse than WoW. Couple minutes? I thought it was worse. Couple minutes isn't bad. You got like 7 bomb stacks before in a dungeon. I mean, far be it for me to tell you how to play. There's a 10-minute cooldown. There it is. I would just take a break for 10 minutes. If I'm not like in a dungeon, obviously. But I would just be like, if I have like a res sickness, I'm just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna go eat something, go to the bathroom, browse TikTok. You were having a bad time, I bet. So were your healers, I bet. This is very interesting. And what a pretty horsey! Oh, fuck. Okay, that could have been worse. That's not bad. Like, you think because the action is so graphic, like, there's so much stuff happening that you think it's gonna hurt a lot. It's not that bad. It's fine. You can get it as a mount? Oh, I thought so, because I'm like, this looks very mounty. Yeah, I figured don't stand in the big shiny thing. Dark cloud. The fuck? Have I done the vault? Yes, I cried. Actually, I think I screamed more than I cried. Now that I think about it, I was like, I think I yelled. Because I'm typically very animated, so when I get like worked up, I just start being really loud. Just as a disclaimer. We have to defeat Heavensward. That's the final boss? That WoW South Park episode? Oh, I've seen it. I related immensely to that South Park episode. But that was before, I watched it before I played WoW. And then after I played WoW, I was like, oh shit, this is so relatable. It's embarrassing. Climbing all the way to the top. Not the way? Oh, that's not the way. Oops. Cutscene. I'm out of snacks. And it seems that there's multiple places to stand on. It's fun, I hope so. Gotta take the fight to Nidhogg, gotta prove to Uncle Dragon that she's worthy. This is gonna be something else. You know I can't keep- Can I fall off one of these? No, I'm not gonna try. Oh, it used to destroy the platforms? I wonder, why did they make it easier? Or is it- are we bad? Is Square being like, okay, these people suck. Balls, balls, balls. I'm here, don't pull me, that's fine. Do you want to kill the ads? Players are bad and want to do cool things. I can understand that. It would have made it significantly harder. I can understand that much. Oh my. Can't fly in the air. Do we want to kill the ads? How important is that? trust system needed to be able to execute. What is a trust system? Ooh, dying. Ah, NPCs. Forgot about them. Oh, I forgot about my book. I have not done my journal. Whoopsie. I need to do my Ultima run a couple more times. No. Ah, okay. Okay, I've proven myself worthy, Reisfelger. Astra, shh. It's such a pretty area, too. Because just chatting got boring as fuck. Even bereft of an eye, my broad brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength firsthand, full well can I imagine how thou didst bring him low. The dread title of Azure Dragoon is no empty appellation. Very well. I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. By thy deeds shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be kindled anew, or extinguished forever. My friends!
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Vedfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
It's fine. I'm glad everybody's okay. That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination, mortals. Let us... I thought he was done, I'm sorry. Let us fight as allies then, and together banish my broad brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that once was Nidhogg shall meet its end. This I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva, and on the soul of lost Hazael. Yeah. That one dragon who sucks at flying crashes and explodes. What the fuck? Oh, what a dapper little Lala. Oh, you're so cute. I love your little... I love your outfit. You're so cute. Oh, bye-bye. Oh, my poor ribs. Hraesvelgr saw fit to pair me with Vildofnir, but her ferocity was such that I begged to wonder if she had simply imagined her injury. Yet my trial pales into significance next to yours. How fared you in your duel with Hraesvelgr? I'm just awesome, you know. It's no sweat. I take from this that your battle was rather more involved than my own. Vedfolnir seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust. Between dodging snapping fangs and slashing claws, I scarce had time to aim a blow. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course, I would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach, and his onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. In short, a very thorough lesson. These fucking Moogles. Why are you here? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Kupo, Dahlia, let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a more befitting... For one with a name more befitting a jester, your fight with the savagery of a rabid dragon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. This fucking... It's your fault. It's your fault for meddling. What? When I told you about Dahlia's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Mokan. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice, Kupo. None at all. Why did you get involved? So silly.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
Good.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelgr's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Now? Now? I wasn't ready.
Oh, God.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
Okay.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
I'm thinking this is gonna be a raid. The actual battle with Nidhogg. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. An end to the song. Is this it? Is this it? I'm not ready. Miss Astra. My little dog. Have I repaired lately? I've not. Hi, Benaris. I will... No. I will talk to you since you're standing right here. Itchy. Boop. Oh yeah, all of my shit. Thank you. The game will let me know. I'm not ready. I'm not. Nah, get my gear. All the deaths out of— I died once! Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. I'm so sorry. I forget to repair. I forget completely. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. I need to just visit the repair shop more often. It's very soothing. Correct. I need the NPC. Or you. You know, then, what this roar portendeth.
I must return to my city without delay.
So much voice acting! It's been so wonderful. I'm being spoiled. Then we shall lend you our rings. Let us meet with Nidhogg on the field of battle, and together bring an end to this wrathful song. Oh man, I'm not ready. I don't want to cry. I don't know if comfy is the word I would use. Scaly, maybe. Slimy. But how epic we're riding on the backs of dragons. Of course. Look how epic I look. I play Dark Souls to know this is not going to end well. I swear I'm in a lane. Badass, Lucia.
Remember your training. We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. We must hold.
Epic entrance! Any second now.
By the Fury. That one is the size of Nidhogg. You are late, Warrior of Light.
Yeah, I do like to make an entrance. Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother?
Still walking.
Abandon this war, Shade. The suffering thou sowest serveth no end. The traitor's progeny have learned of their forefathers' betrayal, and seek now to make amends with our kind. Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our loss forgotten, but reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance, and be at peace. What soft-headed ramblings are these? Thy dalliance with that vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wits. Mayhap her cloying perfume hath made thee forget the stench of our broad sister's lifeblood. How dare you insult her? Thou darest speak thus of my beloved. Ah, so the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I fear thy heart's fire had long since gone out. But waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for the battle. I feel like we're gonna lose today's Velger. I feel like we're gonna lose today's Velger right now. Because Nidhogg just, he won't die this easily. No. No faith? None. I feel like none but me can save the world. I knew it. Thou art Reikresvelger, a slithering worm who fawneth on the vermin who should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years have I fought without cease, and thou didst think to prevail against me. He's too pissed. He's too pissed to lose. Glory not in thy victory, Shade. The battle is not yet won. My power and my hope have I entrusted to another. The eyes! Where's his eyes? Thine eye, what hast thou done? Do I have it? Who has it? Oh. Fool, thou wouldst trust a mortal with thy strength. I know thee. 'Twas thou who didst intrude upon my lair and best the half of me. But now I am whole, and naught in creation shall deny me my vengeance. Ah! I'm getting chills. Fuck. The final steps of faith is... I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, nothing's happened yet. Is this a... what is this? Is this a raid? Is this a dungeon? What is this? It's a trial. Does anybody want to come? I'm bringing you in, Mad, since you're right here. I might cry. Just disclaimer. Future, can you heal? Please. I'm scared. I just don't want today's Svelger to die. At this point, it's a first come, first serve. If there's too many people. Send me a message, or if you're online already, it helps. Foofy is somebody else. I know you're online. I already have Mad. Who else? Oblivion, do I have you in here? Boop boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. That's it. We're good. Invite. Invite. Thank you so much. We're getting ready to go. I'm so scared, but we're ready to go. I tank. Future and probably my head heal. Do you need to be a white mage? Yeah, me and Mad will. We lead. We have too many healers, I think. And too many tanks. Some people need to change classes. Oh, good night, Freya! Thank you so much for popping in before bed. I hope you have a wonderful week. We need DPS. People need to play DPS classes. This is embarrassing. You're a Dragoon? I mean, I'll queue however you're ready. Just... You only have White Mage and Gunbreaker to 60 at the moment. I can step out if the DPS is needed. Can't Gunbreaker go DPS? Is this not a level 60 instance? I mean, even I can DPS, honestly, but... You changed? Okay, so, are we good? 2 healers, 2 tanks. Are we good? We can go like this? Okay, let's boogie. I'm so scared. That's okay. I understand. I'm sweating so hard. I get really sweaty when I get worked up. Well done. Thank you. Alright, friends. Is there anything I need to know before I start pulling shit? Oh, you guys all look so cool. Oh, I'm going. I'm doing it. Thank you. I need it. Kill the mobs, watch the floor. Alright. Easy peasy. Is there a reason I don't have aggro? Do you have aggro? Well, you're just stronger than I am. It's okay. Don't stand in anything. Alright, there's the ads. I like how your last name is last name. That's so funny. Oh. happening? Okay, it could have been worse. Oh, Estinian. You have to be mindful of where you put those down. I hope so. I'd rather double down on where it was already put it. Rip healer. Limit break? There we go. Very good. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. Estinian? Welcome back, buddy. Thank you, friends. Thank you, thank you. You tried, Mekran. You tried. Oh, we're gonna get the popcorn out? Okay. Okay, I'm nervous. Oh, I want more of that. Well, that's so ridiculous. Oh, you guys are so oh, you guys are so ridiculous. Hi, Estinian! What's up, dude? Are you gonna take off this helmet for me so I can see your face? Well, let's find out. Alright, grab the popcorn. Let's trigger the cutscene. Okay, Aiden, thank you so much. I hope to see you next Friday to continue the story. I'm a creep? I'm not creepy. I'm just curious. Oh, fuck.
Estinian!
Okay, good. Just poke the eyeballs. Just poke it. Go, Alfie.
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg.
I thought he was gonna say I'm Batman.
Thou shalt die by my hand.
NANI?!
This is not your hand, worm!
He'll take himself out if it kills Nidhogg. To the last, Estinian.
Wilt obey.
I would ask one last favor of you, warrior of light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
To the end.
You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
That's all he could ask for as a dragoon.
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Yuzel!
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Oshifon! My friends.
One soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, a bind of plea to her king.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Is the abyss above us?
My treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
The Horde have sensed the fall of their master and scattered to the winds.
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Then our alliance hath served its purpose. Can we give it back? Can we give his eye back? Thou didst well. Wield the power I granted thee well. 'Twas thine own skill and not mine eye which earned thee victory. I wish thy companion a swift recovery. Fare you well, children of man.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
Okay. They released an ultimate version of the Dragonsong War, and in that story, the story goes very differently. Like, is this, like, legit? Merke. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the sound alerts in the cutscenes. Especially if it's like a final cutscene like this one was. But I can figure that out. It's different canon. Interesting. I'm curious. So does everything go differently in that world? Ultimates are basically the hardest raids. They're okay, what if scenario. Interesting. It's very drastic. It's one instance, though? It's one instance and one conclusion? Have we seen any of those that I've missed out on yet? Oh, really? Which one? What have we missed that... besides, obviously, this one. I'm curious. Took like a week for the first clear. Oh! Aw. Like, were there other ultimate scenarios besides just this one that you just told me about? Ultimate Bahamut and Ultimate... Ah! Okay, I see. Thank you. Interesting. Alex as well. I'm curious. I wonder about the story. Because I really like rich story. Add on my list of things to do, possibly. Can you do it unsynced? Ah, okay. Through the haze of pain I swear I sensed, but no. The past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Well done. It's a 20-minute fight, I bet. You watched the video. You know that, yeah, that actually might be a better option. That might be a better option than living through it myself. It's for the hardest of the hardcore. So it's not an unsynced version. I can't just like run in there with my little stick. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I could do that. I could do that. We could plan a day for that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I won't read it out loud, but thank you. Tell me when I'm finished with this quest chain. Your battle with Nidhogg's shade will beget you many an epic ballad, Dahlia, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal? I don't know how to say this word. Victories, though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. He just was injured like 5 seconds ago. There's always a voiceover and meanwhile and an achievement. Oh, okay. Okay. Dragon Salt Ultimate is level 90 content. Oh. Let's get to Stormblood first. We're just enthusiastic is all. I don't mind a bit of enthusiasm. I think everybody's aware of my skill level. Do I get to see Astidian's face if he's laying in bed? Is it time? I don't know if I'm ready. Master Alfie, Dahlia, my honored friends. As if winning Kreisvelger to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his broad brother. I know not how to thank you. Oh goodness. I've waited for this? I don't know. What is that? I don't know if I want to click it. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Dahlia and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? No more nutkins. No. The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he's yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Dahlia, 'twould seem that we are awaited at Fort Tom's Manor. Everything is a convenient sensor. Oh my god, I hope not. I will be so pissed. They did that for Ida. Ida, you were, like, not allowed to, like, see her face, so they instead showed us her boobies. Oops. Oops. I'm not going over there. There's a crystal. You linked something. That's the story of Dragon Son. Oh, okay. What is this? This is oh, you took a picture! Oh, thank you. I'll save that. There's so much I need to watch. There's so much lore. I do need to run to the bathroom now. Un momento, por favor. remember to get up and stretch every hour or so. You don't want to get like a cramp from sitting on your chair too long. Hi, baby! I know, I love you. You're so cute. Ah, yeah. Look at my friends. Look at little Onawa. So cute.
The heroes of the hour return.
That's me.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
You did plenty, it's okay.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you.
Hey, Manelaine, that was so mature of you. Wow.
And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
Good for you.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
I know why it's like so much shade. So embarrassing.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
We're gonna go in. We're gonna go visit Estinian. I don't know if this was the time. Hi, Stewie. How you doing? So nice to see you.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother in arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
I have to see. No way they're gonna keep his helmet on in the infirmary. Told me what? Ugh, Emmerich. Hi. Dahlia, my friend. What can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Alfie? He came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begs to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. He would sooner faint than admit it, but the boy must be exhausted by Svelger's trial and all that's followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Let me see him! I missed visiting hours? Fuck! Gah, okay. My own friendship with Astidian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Astidian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit, but more of a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that Alfie sees something of a lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Astidian, Alfie has found the elder brother he never had. Oh, they have a brotherly relationship, yeah. That's cute. Truth be told, Astidian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alfie's affection for him. He is a friend of whom I would gladly... Oh. Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. It's time. Can I come too? Is he... Tell him I'm on my way. Sounds like my relationship with him. What, brotherly? Am I getting friend-zoned? Stop. Quickly, Dahlia, we must go to him. Yeah, I know. Upon proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay. This is probably the next portion of this. Okay. So I ask that you just relax. I'm gonna leave the party now. Can I? Oh, I can't do that. Just so we don't. And I ask that you don't play anything. Like, don't ruin the moment, please. Okay, let's go. Just be respectful of the cutscene. Astidian! And he has white hair! How did I know?
Astidian.
He's not dead. Stop. He's not dead. After all this. No. Wow. Hi!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
An asshole as ever, but he's cute! Ah!
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Astidian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest.
He's
I
like...
thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. 'Tis an honor to share the mantle of Azure Dragoon with one such as you.
He's so pretty. He's pretty.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
No, it was justified.
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh.
So rude. I love it. Glad you're okay, dude.
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family. When no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me.
The power of friendship.
Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest.
Are you gonna retire?
Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
It's time, it's okay.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
That's okay. Somehow I don't think Estinian's gonna go live on like a farm or anything. He'll be back. Less formally.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Oh, is he gonna nominate a new pope?
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the steps of faith, Sir Emery called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic.
Okay.
The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons.
Ah, okay.
Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident.
Thankfully.
His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords.
Of course. That's okay. I like that.
Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace.
Aww.
The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an azure dragoon for a new age.
Oh, Midgar Sommer.
Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten. The din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Finally. From the memoirs of Poe Edmund IV Tom's Heavensward. So whose memoirs do we go from here forward? Oh, he left it behind. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wandering her way towards the city on dragonback. Welcome home, Dahlia. Nay, 'twas no great matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. I am then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down. And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? They trust you, it's okay. Ah, but these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path that which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Astidian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Yeah, I don't think we've seen the end of Astidian. I don't. He just needs to go do some soul searching. Thank you, Dahlia, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alfie. Well, what happens now? There's something catastrophic hasn't happened. How are we supposed to usher in the next phase of this? Oh yeah, I'm going! For Pete's sake. Where's... Is it in this area? I always get confused. Oh. I think it's up here. I'm just... I can't navigate the city. There's too many levels. I loved it. I loved it. It was so good. Thankfully, I don't know. I want to say I cried less than the base game. Hopefully. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him in his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus. Detritus? Detritus. 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains a small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and seemingly endless procession of primals. Yeah, forgot about them. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. Ah, I gotta wind up Sir Emmerich! Pretty excited about that. In the wake of Ishgard's reform, a new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. Perfect. Oh, cutscene. Who are you? Oh no. Don't go after the eyeballs. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is that the Warrior of Darkness's pack friend? These fucking guys. Damn it. Okay. These... Thank you, Blanners. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. Fuck this guy. All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside for one overly curious mouse. Oh, thank grid. Thank grid! Alize! Alize! Oh, thank grid. I knew he was around here. This way. Long time no see, girlfriend! Where you been? Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies, man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath shrouded bows, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. That's it. So this is the start of the next. We did it! And nobody really died. No, I think that went tremendously well. I didn't even cry, kind of. Yeah, I haven't seen Alize since, oh my god, since Bahamut, and that was all optional. Alize's totally been stepped out from most of this. That's crazy. How exciting. Oh, man. I'm just emotionally drained from panicking. It's a happy ending. Heavensward gives us all the happy tears at the end. No, that went well. That went well. Could not have figured out a better way to end that. The dragons are happy, the Ishgardians are happy, Sir Emmerich's not dead, Estinian's not dead, I got to see Estinian's face. I'm thrilled. Nobody died, just make sure to bring the ghosts back to remind you. Yeah, I'm okay with seeing Hausherfant again, though. There'll be a quest inside the manor that you might want to start next time. Oh, okay! Is it, remind me next time. we can start that. We got to see our friends, yeah. I got to peek under someone's armor. You make me sound like a creep! I can't believe I had to make room in Fizy's White Hair Brooding Protagonist Club. I collect white-haired husbandos and Sir Emmerich. Yes. Yes. I can't wait to do more of the Dark Knight quest, because Sidurgo is pretty hot, too. The main story of Heavensward ends here, and the rest of the patches are set up for what is to come. I don't mean it as, like, he's an afterthought. I'm just saying, like, he doesn't have white hair, and he's the exception to the rule. And that redacted extreme in the list is the extreme version of the... Ah, okay. Okay, so that is MSQ. I'm gonna write Nidhogg. Okay, so, on Friday, let me save that. So, I need to still finish Savage Alex. I haven't done that yet. I'm not finished with this either. I need to do 2 runs of Ultima. Because I'm lazy! I've not finished my book. I am halfway through the Alex Savage raids. So I need to finish all of those, just for the tomes. Optional dungeons, we have St. Mocane's Arboretum, Pharos Sirius Hard, Amdapor Hard, Hellbreaker Isle Hard, Great Google Hard, and Somal Hard. So basically like a lot of just the hard dungeons. And then Minstrel's Ballad. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, no, I will. I hopefully will do that midweek. I will send an @ to the roll on Discord if you're on Discord and you if you want messages that we're running some stuff, just kind of casually, unsynced predominantly. I have a group on there. So, yeah, we'll do that. But I think that is a good place to stop for today. Boop. Did I do the thing? Okay. Yeah. So thank you so much for those who ran with us. We made such strides in the story today. And, like I said, I think that went really well. I actually have to work every single day this week, unfortunately. But this coming weekend, you're looking at probably a very standard weekend of streams. It's the weekend after that is going to be Halloween weekend's a little different, just because I'm not going to be here certain days. But this coming weekend should be standard with more Final Fantasy XIV as well as Ori and the Blind Forest. Hey, Lincoln! Yeah, so I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. I need to make these outros longer. I don't know how to outro. I'm like, Vin is on. Like, do I rate him too much? Is that weird? Anyway. So I will see you on Friday, hopefully. Again, feel free to @ me in Discord if you want to talk about anything. I'm good. I'm here. But until then, I'm going to go grab some dinner. I'm going to take my little babies out. They've been very good today. So I will see you all on Friday! Good night, guys.